All stations, all stations. We will be giving you a 60-second, well, 61 minute to broadcast, and then a 10-second countdown. All stations, 1 minute to broadcast with a 10-second countdown. All stations, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the first test between West Indies and South Africa here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, and we're at the Queen's Park Oval for this encounter, the first test between the West Indies and South Africa. The players are in front of the Brian Lara Pavilion, and the national anthem of South Africa is being played at the moment, and that will be followed by the rally West Indies anthem. We've already heard the Trinidad and Tobago national anthem, and we will just wait for the after the South African anthem. It is going to be the rally around the West Indies anthem. Of course, this is a meeting between two similarly placed teams. When you look at their previous tournaments or their previous series, West Indies, they recently lost 3-0 to England in England, while South Africa, they tasted a 2-0 defeat at the hands of New Zealand in their previous test series. So the similarities between these two teams certainly don't end there, because both these teams are in the bottom half of the World Test Championship points table. So it should be a very interesting encounter. We can tell you that South Africa, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat on a pitch that looks pretty bare. It's devoid of grass. There is some rolled into the surface, but trust me, not a lot. You can't even really see it. So it's a very bare surface. I expect maybe it's going to play a little bit quick at the beginning. And when I say quick, I certainly don't mean lightning quick. I think it's going to come on to the bat, in the early, maybe for the first hour or so. But I think it's going to get slower as the match progresses. I will also think by the fourth, late into the fourth day, it should take some turn. Now, speaking to the curator, a new curator here at the Queen's Park Oval, new in the terms that he's the main man here now at Queen's Park, Mr. Andy Alexander. He thinks it's going to be a good track. He thinks the bowlers, if you bend your back, you're going to get something out of the pitch. But, when you look at it, it looks a perfect batting pitch. And I can't see bowlers really getting much out of it. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens as this game progresses. But he's pretty sure that this pitch is going to be a good one. And, and South Africa, obviously, winning the toss and taking first strike, they're of the opinion that it's going to be a good batting track. And Craig Braffett, the West Indies captain, had said at the toss, if he had won the toss, he would have done the same. He would have taken first. He would have taken first strike. So that is so he was saying, Craig Raffett, if he won the toss, that he would have done the same, but he says he doesn't mind bowling first. We're going to take a little break and come right back here at the Queen's Park Oval. We'll give you the teams, and once we give you the teams, we'll be ready for action.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio as we bring you ball by ball commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Well, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. The umpires are making their way to the middle. The teams, in fact, they've made their way off, and you will expect that the West Indies should be coming back on shortly because they, as I said, they lost the toss. South Africa decided that they're going to take a first strike. Of course, I'm Colin Murray alongside Liam Mamchan, and we're going to talk a little bit about the expectations of this game. Can West Indies win it after the disastrous tour of England? But then again, South Africa, they had a disastrous tour of New Zealand, losing both their test matches. So it's going to be interesting. Let's quickly run through the teams. West Indies, Craig Brathwaite, of course, the skipper. There's Michael Louis. Didn't have such a bad debut tour of England. It's difficult conditions for the young opener, but I think he'll be much more comfortable at home. Then there's Casey Carty, who's come into the team at the expense of Kirk Mackenzie, who had a disastrous tour of England, and he's a much better player than his scores showed. And there's Alec Athanaze. So much has been said about him, so much about the promise, but he's got to live up now to that bidding of that sort of a promising player. He's got to start to come good now and get big runs. Kevin Hodge had a good tour of England. He should be among the runs. There's Jason Holder, Joshua Da Silva, Gudakesh Moti, Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach, and Jamal Warrican is in the team. So they've gone with two specialist spinners, both very similar in left-arm spinners. The South African lineup, and they are led, of course, by Mr. Boom. What's his name, Liam?
Bavuma.
Bavuma. That's the man. And he is the man leading the South Africans. You want to go through the South African lineup?
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Aidan Markram to open the batting with Tony DeZorzi, Tristan Stubbs, Temba Bavuma the skipper, David Bedingham, Ryan Rickleton, Kyle Verena, Wian Mulder, Keshav Maharaj, and the fast bowling duo of Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ngidi.
And what's your thoughts on the South African lineup?
I think they're a bit short on bowling. I think the fast bowlers have some work to do. They're going to be bowling quite a lot throughout this game. You see just probably around three specialist bowlers and a couple of all-rounders. So I think they're going to have some work to do in terms of their batting. Pretty balanced. A lot of left and right combinations inside. So it's going to be Roach to start things off.
Yeah, Kemar Roach is the man starting the bowling. 3 slips on a gully, and his first delivery on appeal goes up. It jagged back at Markram, one coming back. And the thing with Kemar Roach, he was injured in the series against England, but coming back, I think his experience and the conditions here, it's going to be important for the West Indies because he not only does he doesn't have the pace, but what is good about Roach now is he gets a lot of movement.
Yeah, he gets a lot of movement, especially on a wicket like this where there's not much of any grass or anything of that sort. His ability to move the ball off the seam is going to be important.
He comes in again, a delivery pitched up to the right-handed Markram, who's just on the front foot and pushing it out towards mid-off, and there's no run. So there's 3 slips on a gully, and very close, in fact, the gully is to the 3rd slip, so you could almost say like 4 slips. And there's a point, a mid-off, so 6 men on the offside, and then on the onside, there's a wideish mid-on, mid-wicket that is a little bit straight because of mid-on being wide. And then there's a man down at that long leg position as Roach turns, running away from us here at the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, and he's into Markram just outside the line of the off stump, and he allows it to go through. Thing with Markram, he bats at number 3 in the shorter version of the game, but his technique is so good that he can come into the test arena and be very effective.
Yeah, he's one of those players. He's very versatile in that he could bat anywhere throughout the order and be effective. And I think, as you were speaking earlier about Roach being back into the setup. I think what the West Indies lacked in that Test series against England was a bit of experience in that attack. I think other than Jason Holder, there was not much.
Well, here is Roach again. This delivery, badly lined, gets away with it because it was angled into the right-hander, pitching maybe about just leg stump, but angling down the leg side. And Markram, had he got bat onto it, he was trying to work it somewhere through square leg. Didn't make contact, and De Silva diving away to his left took it in with both hands. So still, no runs yet on the board, and 4 deliveries already bowled from Kemar Roach as Markram settles. Nice sunny conditions. We've been having a lot of rain in Port of Spain of the last few days as Roach on his way again bowls to the right hander outside the line of the off stump. He allows it to go through. Not a bad over so far from Roach outside of that delivery going down the leg side. He's been on or around the off stump, which is what you want. I suppose if you have to be critical of him, maybe he wants to get a little closer to that off stump, make the batsman play.
Yeah, definitely. I think what's been good is his length. His length has been spot on thus far. But yeah, you're right. Just need to get it a bit closer, make Markram play as much as possible.
Well, he turns again at the top of his mark. Big 24 on his back as he's in to bowl to the right-hander, and he plays this one out towards mid-on, and there is no run. The end of a maiden over from Kemar Roach. You could see the experience already there with Roach. He knows exactly what he has to do. Not much pace, getting a little bit of movement. You could see him getting that ball to cut back at the right-hander. So you have to say a pretty useful over. Again, maybe he needed to be a little closer to the off stump, but a good opening over.
Yeah, good opening over. It's going to be Jaden Seals to take over from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And Jaden Seals would have won the player of the series for the West Indies in that series against England. He was really impressive. I think that stint at Sussex did him so well. He's come into the team and he's looked like the senior fast bowler at times. So he has a big role to play in this test match.
Oh, he does. He's... I think from the time he made his debut, you thought that, hey, this is one for the future. And it was a pity that he sustained that injury and was out of cricket for a long while. But it's great to see him back. And he's operating from that Brian Lara Pavilion end as he's in to bowl his first delivery to the left-hander, Dezorzi, and pitching just outside the line of the off stump. And he allows it to go through. Now, not as an attacking field for Seals as we saw for Roach. Roach had 3 slips, almost 4 slips. And but for Seals, there's just 2 slips and a gully. There's a short mid-wicket, so you have to think that maybe in a catching position, that short mid-wicket. So you have to think that they may have done some homework, thinking that maybe Dezorzi, when he plays that ball off the pads, it's a little bit airborne.
Yeah, I think it's that, and also maybe he might look to go short into the ribs of Dezorzi as well.
This delivery outside the line of the off stump, but you could see it just straightening on the left-hander, and he was covering up bat and pad very close together. That ball making a little bit of height, not very alarmingly, but he was getting on top of it and just opening the face and playing it down to that lone gully position. So there's those 2 slips. Holder at second slip, the tall, imposing figure.
They're going to need to make as much use of this new ball as possible. We saw the wicket earlier on. It is very flat, not much in it for the bowler, so that new ball becomes twice as important.
Here's a delivery that they're going to get off the mark now, South Africa, as Dezorzi is playing this one to the right of mid-off, and skipper Brathwaite had to move around quickly, but not quick enough to prevent them from getting the single. As he played it, he called immediately. Markram responded. So Dezorzi is off the mark. South Africa, they're off the mark, and a change in the field because the right-hander will come in to strike now, Markram. As the field now, we see 3 slips and a gully for the right-hander. So obviously I would think that Seals is going to move this ball away from the right-hander, and that's why they have employed the 3 slips as he's in again to bowl this time for the first time to Markram, and Markram getting on the front foot, opening the face and guiding it down towards point. And there is no run. Score remains on 1 without loss.
Yeah, and Seals does predominantly move the ball away from the right-handed batter. Does have the potential to bring the ball back in as well, so that could play on Markram's mind a bit. Still early in the game, still early in Seals' spell as well. But we see that, 3 slips and a gully tells you that he's going to try to get that ball moving away from Eden Markram.
Well, he's on his way again to bowl to Markram. And Markram is playing a delivery angled into him, just maybe on the pads. And he's pushing it out towards Warrican, who is at that mid-wicket. So 3 slips a gully, a point. And one would say more of a backward point rather than a square. He's more of a backward point. Then there is the man at a wideish mid-off or almost extra cover. And a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. So Seals making his way back to the top of his mark. Starts his move in to bowl to Markram. He's with him now outside the off stump. A little too far. Markram knows exactly where his off stump is, and he's allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So the end of over number 2, and at the end of it, South Africa, they're 1 without loss. Seals, he's bowled 1 over, conceding just that 1 run. And Kemar Roach is going to continue from this, the Jerry Gomez Media Center, or Willie Rodriguez end, and he's going to be bowling for the first time to the left-hander Dizorzi.
Yeah, I think he's immediately going to go around the wicket to Dizorzi. We've seen this on so many occasions from Kemar Roach. He's going to go around the wicket and try to get the ball to angle in and move away from Tony Dizorzi.
Good move, Liam, you think?
I think it's a bit early to turn to this, but it's something that Roach has been good at for his entire career. So
I tell you what, as a left-hander, I always preferred the bowler coming round the wicket rather than coming over the wicket, because when you're a left-hander, you got to angle your body a little bit to cater for that ball. Here's Roach, however. This is too wide of the off stump, and you could see that ball leaving the left-hander, but it pitched wide of the off stump. Would have been a beauty if it pitched maybe middle and off, but he pitched it just too wide of the off stump, and Dizorzi was allowing it to go through. Yeah, and I was just, the point is, when the ball is coming over the wicket as a left-hander, you got to open your body slightly to cater for that ball coming over the wicket. When you come around the wicket, then you get back to your normal stance, and but that's as a left-handed batsman, you prefer the bowler coming around the wicket. This is a much better ball, and he's playing on the front foot. It sort of rode high up off the bat and then went behind him. Luckily, it didn't go onto the stumps. But you see, you got a lot of bowlers who think that going round the wicket is a much better ploy, and maybe angling the ball into the left-hander in the air and then pitching and leaving him.
Yeah, I think that's where it becomes dangerous as a bowler. That's exactly what you want. You want it to angle in and move away. But I think, you go around the wicket, a lot of batsmen expect the ball to just angle straight back into him.
This one, he's pushing it out towards the point position. They're going to pick up an easy single as that ball was being played. I would say more towards a cover, a squarish cover. And they were able to get an easy single. So 1 more to the total. Dizorzi, he goes on to 2, the total, on to 2 without loss, and brings the right-handed Markram, who's faced 9 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark. But I wouldn't worry him. He's very experienced and back at the top of the order in a test at the test format. And here he's edging, but over the gully. He was looking to drive. It peeled off a thick outer part of the bat, and luckily for him, it went high over a gully down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, they seemed to look to punch that one off the back foot. It's a tough shot to describe when you look at it. No real foot movement, just looking to flash at it a bit on the back foot punch, and flew way over Alec Anthony's at 4th slip. But things happening here for Kemar Roach.
Yeah, he was looking to, as you rightly said, he was going to punch that through the cover region, maybe at a squarish cover. Here's Roach again. This time angled into the right hand, and he's right behind, getting in line. This time very defensive, not looking to punch that ball through the onside, but just pushed it gently out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. He remains on 4. Total 6 without loss. We are into over number 3. Just 1 delivery left. But that one was outside the line of the off stump. Just going back to it, Liam, it was outside the line of the off stump. And you're right, he didn't really get across it. He was looking to just punch it. And it flew off that thick outer part of the bat. Here is Roach again. Delivery again, angled into him. You would have thought Roach would have gone back outside that line of the off stump. But those last two deliveries angled into the right-hander. And he pushes it out towards mid-on. There's no run. The end of over number 3. Roach has conceded 5 runs from his 2 overs. And no doubt, Jaden Seals is going to continue. It's 6 without loss. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Dizorzi.
Yeah, decent over from Roach, but I think you're right. You know, after getting hit for 4 over points, I think he should have stuck to that outside the off-stump line.
So Jaden Seals at the top of his mark. Again, the 2 slips and a gully for the left-hander, and that short mid-wicket in a catching position as Seals over the wicket, deciding he's not going to do like Roach and come round the wicket. He's over the wicket, and a delivery just making a little bit of height, and you could see Dizorzi, not a tall man, was getting on top of it and pushing it out towards mid-off. There's no run. Score remains on 6 without loss. We are into over number 4. Remember, South Africa winning the toss and opting to take first strike on a pitch that looks pretty good for batting. It's devoid of grass. It's bare. And you have to think that the batsmen, they're going to like themselves. As Seals is into. That's a good delivery, but a really good shot. Yorker length delivery. He came down on it. And he was sort of punching it through a straightish mid-off position. And they go through for 3 very good runs. But he came down on that. But not only did he come down, and you could see him punching it as he came down and pushed it through that straight mid-off. Brathwaite, who was a little bit wide, had to give chase, and the batsman picked up 3. But that was not a bad delivery. And you have to think a delivery like that you score 3 runs off of, you have to say the bowler was a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, we were speaking earlier before the game about how dangerous Seals could be if, you mentioned if he could add an extra yard or 2 of pace. And I think, it shows in a ball like that was angling back in at a good pace. If it was maybe a little bit quicker, he might have been in some problems.
Well, here he is into Markram and outside the line of the off stump. A delivery just pitched and straightening more than leaving Markram. But again, it was pitched a little too far outside the line of the off stump. And he allows it to go through to the keeper. 9 without loss. This is over number 4. Jaden Seals in his second over. He's got none for 4 so far. Kemar Roach, who opened the bowling at the media center, Jerry Gomez media center end. He's had 2 overs, none for 5. As Seals turns at the top of his mark. Starts his run into bowl to the right-handed Markram. And again, just a 2 touch. Too wide of the off stump, allowing Markram to let it go. There's 3 slips and a gully. You gotta attack him. Gotta put that ball on that off stump. But he's just a little bit off at the moment.
You need to get him to play a bit more. And now we see a change in the field. Warkan, who's at a short square leg, goes out now to deep square leg, and Carty comes around.
A little bit of mind games, you think?
Yeah, I think it could be. I think he's gonna probably go for the Yorker here.
Send the man a deep mid-wicket, thinking, hey, he's going to bowl a short one, but come up with a Yorker. Here's Markram facing up to Seals. That's a delivery. Good line, good length, and maybe just coming back slightly at Markram. And not a Yorker, not a short delivery, but just a good length delivery. And he was pushing it back up along the track to Seals. Yeah, that's the mind games you play with a batsman. You think, you send the man deep, so thinking you're going to bring a short ball in, and then you put it on a good length. But I think it's the insurance of having the man out there if you do, in fact, bowl the short ball. But, the thing is, you bowl a short ball as the surprise delivery. Here is Seals, and that's short, lifting, but on around the off stump, and he's getting on top of it. And that's telling you how slow this pitch is, because he actually waited on that and then just opened the face and pushed it out on the offside. The end of over number 4. The end of it, Dizorzi is on 5. Markram is on 4. And after 4 overs, it's 9 without loss.
Yeah, you could see that slowness of nature in the pitch so far. And that also, it makes me think about that fielder that we saw for Dizorzi at short mid-wicket. due to the slowness of the pitch, you could see that the Zozi may pop one up into that area. So it's good thinking, good planning from the West Indies, understanding the conditions early on, and getting fielders in their position.
Just to cut you a minute, it's interesting because for Kemar Roach, they're not employing that short mid wicket. So I'm just a little bit wondering what is the, what is the plan? Because you're not I would have thought, and we're going to discuss it after this ball from Roach, going wrong the wicket again to the left-hander, too wide of the off stump, and again drifting away from the left-hander. But yeah, just going back to that, I thought it might have been a weakness in the Zozi's technique, that maybe if the ball is pitched on the pad and he looks to work it on the onside, he tends to hit it airborne. But now I'm wondering, if it is, because if that is the situation, because when you look at it now with Roach bowling to the Zozi, there's no short mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket, but in the normal orthodox position. Here's Roach again, and that's a good delivery. May have just straightened on the left hand and opening the face, guiding it out towards cover. No run.
Yeah, we see now also that Roach has taken off a slip, and we now see an extra man in that cover region. Carty's gone now to cover. And I think the West Indies maybe a bit defensive here early on.
Yeah, you would have thought, well, I don't think they would go for a forward short leg because the pitch really has nothing in it. Sometimes you just put a forward short leg just to let a batsman know that, yeah, there's a guy there, you just can't, you've got to be careful how you play forward and that type of thing. That's a good delivery from Roach. One again, this one just coming back at the left-hander, but give him credit. He was, bat and pad was very close together. He covered up to that delivery, and the ball just came off the bat and went out towards that mid-wicket position, and there's no run.
Well, the average first innings score here at the Queen's Park Oval is around that 345 to 350 mark. And the way that this wicket has set up so far, there's no real threat in it for the batsmen. And I think, if the Zozi and Markram could lock in here for a bit, and that this game could go to 450 in the first innings.
That's another good delivery. The thing is, it's a delivery pitching outside the off stump and leaving the left-hander and taking by wicketkeeper De Silva. But those deliveries, he's pitching them just a little too, they're moving, which is great. He's getting some movement, but his line at this point in time is not good. Roach has got to, I would love to see those type of deliveries, maybe pitching middle and off, where the Zozi has to play at it, and if it leaves him, could very well get the edge of the bat. Because he's also getting a little bit of bounce, I'm surprised. Here is Roach again, outside the line of the off stump. Again, leaving the left-hander. And he's allowing it to go by. Maybe there's some justification now for Roach to come over the wicket.
Yeah, definitely, with the ball moving so sharply away. That one again, pitching just on around the fourth or fifth stump, going away. Let's have a look at it on the replay there. Yeah, it does pitch on that fifth stump line going away. And I think if Roach could really get that ball straighter, it could cause a big problem as he runs in on balls again.
Well, he's in again to the left-handed De Zozi. Again, I may as well just put a recording on because it's pitched outside the line of the off stump, leaves him, and De Zozi allows it to go through. The end of the over, after 5 overs here at the Queen's Park Oval, the latest score, it's South Africa 9-0.
On 360 Radio.
Well, back here at the Queen's Park Oval, the first delivery from Jaden Seals of a new over outside the line of the off stump, and it's again left alone by Markram, taken by De Silva. Suppose if you have to be critical, Liam, of the opening bowlers, they're just too wide of the off stump. But at the moment, they're allowing the batsmen the liberty of leaving too many balls.
Yeah, and that's always an issue in Test cricket. You want the batsman playing as much deliveries as possible early on when the ball is swinging, when the ball is new. They get a lot more settled when they could leave alone the ball outside the off stump for so long. It helps them settle very early.
Well, here Seals into Markram. That's a good shot, just short of a leg. And he was punching it through the offside. There is no cover. And they eventually pick up 2 easy runs. It was punched through the offside, just a little short of a length. And Markram was getting in line and punching it out towards that vehicle. There is a big gap between the backward point, and I'm saying backward point because he's backward point, he's not square, he's more backward point, and that mid-off, and there's a huge gap. Now Brathwaite is closing up that gap. He himself is coming out of first slip, and he's going out towards cover. Let's have a look. That ball went more towards extra cover, but he's gone towards, I would say, a straightish cover as Seals into the right-hander. This time he's punching it again. That's a good stop. As diving to his right. That's Louis, is it? Yeah, it looks like Mikel Louis there at that backward point. Dive to his right. Certainly would have beaten him, and had he not stopped it, it would have gone to the boundary for 4. But that was a really good stop. Again, a delivery short, just outside the line of the off stump. And Markram just opening the face nicely, trying to guide it past Louis, who was diving to his right. Stopped it, and the batsman just get a single. Mikel Louis, making his debut in England, didn't do badly when you think about it. He got 1/2 century. Here is a delivery outside the line of the off stump. Signaler wide by the umpire. It was short, lifting. Don't really see those in given a test level, but obviously the umpire thought it was too wide of the off stump and made some height, and Dizorzi allowed it to go through. 13 without loss. Yeah, I think a lot of his technique showed up, unfortunately, in England. He wasn't moving his feet to that ball that was pitching outside the off stump and leaving him. And once or twice he was caught in the slip region and caught behind. Here is Seals. Dizorzi drives. He's going to pick up a quick single as that ball is hit to the right of Brathwaite, and they get a comfortable single in the end. He goes to 6. Markram is 7. 14 without loss as Markram is going to take strike. Yeah, of the 6 innings he played, I would think at least 50% of them he was caught in that region. And it was a good learning experience, I think, for him, because he would have looked back at the replays and would have seen, the lack of movement. And it would have been a good learning experience for him. But I think a lot of him, because he's had such a great regional series, that you have to think that in the Caribbean he's going to do well. Here's Seals outside the line of the off stump, and Markram allows it to go through.
Yeah, once again, too wide from Seals. Needs to get it a bit fuller, a bit straighter to Aidan Markram early on here. But yeah, you're right. Louis had such a fantastic first-class season, and the games played all around the Caribbean. So it shows that it's not just a home condition bully as some of these players tend to be.
Yeah, I think he will get better as he goes along. I think he should have a good test career. Here is Seals. And I listened to this ball outside the line of the off stump, allowed to go through by Markram. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, South Africa are 14 without loss, and 6 overs have been bowled. Markram is 7. Dizorzi is on 6. Yeah, I think what I liked about Louis, and I heard a couple interviews that he did, he talked about working hard. He talked about wanting to do well. And I like that. I like what I heard, about his response to him struggling a little bit in England. And which is as I always say, when you're young and you're going to England for the first time, it's always a learning experience, unless of course you're extremely gifted and extremely talented, but if you're a good test player, there's no better place to learn than in England. And I think we were talking off the air before that to go to England to play a test series with just one warm-up game against a young team and just a week of practice, it's not enough. You need 3 or 4 games to really acclimatize yourselves to the conditions. Hayes Roach, however, wrong the wicket to the left-hander. delivery pitched up, leaving him again, but pitching too wide of the off stump. And the Zozzi is allowing it to go through. And again, you know, the opening bowlers at the moment, their line at the moment is not good. Roach is getting that ball to leave the left-hander, but he's starting it just wide of the off stump, and that is a serious, serious problem.
Yeah, I think it's as simple as just wasting the new ball at this point in time. You want to get the Zozzi and Markram playing as much as possible, and with those deliveries leaving.
There he is again. That's much better. That's the type of delivery, because it left him late. But give him credit. The Zozzi was in line, and as it left him, it may have just taken the outer part of the bat, went straight back up the track, but that's the line. Maybe a touch wide of he was more middle stump there. I thought he needs to maybe get middle and off. We'll have to wait and see. But Kemar Roach, of course, 82 matches for the West Indies, 270 wickets. So he's right up there with some of the fast bowlers for the West Indies who have played that number of test matches. Only Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose have played more test matches than Kemar Roach, as that next delivery is, again, he's gone back wide of the off stump and is left alone. So you look at Curtly Ambrose, 98 matches, 405 wickets, and Courtney Walsh, 132 matches, 519, and Malcolm Marshall, 81, 376 wickets. So you look at the Kemar Roach in terms of wickets, nowhere close to those three bowlers. But of course, when you talk of, as we look at Roach, that's the ball, pitched up, left him. It's the first time he's really been beaten, the Zozzi, with that delivery leaving him. He pushed forward at it, it pitched and left him, and that just missed the outside edge. Really, probably the best delivery Roach has bowled.
Yeah, and that's what we've been speaking about. He got it a bit closer, still maybe just around that fourth stump line.
Yeah.
But I think if he could get it on middle and off, as you mentioned, that ball can be a serious wicket-taking delivery.
Yeah, but just going back to that, when you look at the number of test matches, here is Roach again. He's gone again too wide of the off stump, and the Zozzi allows it to go through. Here, when you look at Walsh with 519, Ambrose 405, and Malcolm Marshall 81 tests, and he's 375 or 76 wickets. Roach is nowhere in that. But when you talk Ambrose, Walsh, and Marshall, you're speaking of the three greatest fast bowlers. You can add Holden, you can add Roberts to that company. Here is a delivery. That's another good delivery. This one full and just too wide, a little bit wide of the off stump. However, the Zozzi had to play at it, and again the movement, he played at it, and he missed it, and it went through to the keeper. The end of the over. 7 overs have been bowled. It's 14 without loss. Liam, you're going to make some comments, and then Vinod Mamchan is going to join you for the next stint.
Yeah, I think Roach finally seems to be getting into his work here. Brilliant last over, couple of deliveries, getting the Zozzi to play and miss. And I think it's what we've been calling for all morning. He's been getting the ball closer to the Zozzi around that off-stump line and getting it to move away. It's going to be Gudakesh Moti now. He's going to replace Jaden Seals from the Brian Lara Pavilion and spin early on here. Just 7 overs going in the test, and Moti's already into the attack. Bit of a surprise. Thought we would have seen Jason Holder maybe before, but it's going to be Moti as we welcome Vinod Mamchan.
Thanks a lot, Liam. Thanks to Liam and Colin Murray. And they weren't able to get a breakthrough for the West Indies. I know Liam is an opening bowler, and Colin Murray, of course, is an all-rounder. And they weren't able to penetrate here this morning. As I say, welcome to Kadir Mohammed. We're here at the lovely Queen's Park Oval. Here is Moti. Delivery just on about the off stump, pushed away on the offside. And Markram remains on 7. It's 14 without loss, and making his debut this morning, so to speak, Kadir Mohammed. Good morning, Kadir.
Yeah, good morning, Vinod. Good morning to you viewers all over the Caribbean and worldwide, as we see.
The delivery is played away just to the right of mid-wicket, and they get one. And that takes the score along now to 15 without loss. Markram, he moves on to 8. And Zorsi, he comes into strike now.
Here we see signs of early spin here from the West Indies. Just the one slip, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, bat pad, and a square leg. The Zorzi on the back foot just punching this one out to Kimar Roach at backward point.
Right.
And no run.
Tony Dizorsi is on strike. Here's Moti. And Dizorsi is going over mid-wicket. That's 6 runs. Length delivery, and he was down on his knees, swinging it high and handsome over mid-wicket for 6. That's the first 6 of the test match. It's now 21 without loss. And Dizorsi goes on now to 12.
Yeah, first signs of aggression from Tony Dizorsi. A pitched up delivery, got the length and got under that one nicely and deposited it over mid-wicket all the way to the western side of the Queen's Park Oval. And he picked up first 6 of this innings. Moti put on a bit of pressure here in his first over.
Yeah, well, Moti is on very early, and surprisingly so, because if you had listened to Vernon Philander before the test match started, he was saying that there is something in there for the fast bowlers. You just have to keep working. After 7 overs, there comes Moti.
Yeah, pretty strange tactics from Craig Brathwaite. Introducing Moti in just the 8th over of the innings.
The ball seems to have gotten damaged there, Kadir. And the umpires are having a look at it. It was struck in an open area. Now, that's the area between the Jeffrey Stollmeyer stand and the Scotia Bank stand. And that area is earmarked for a museum. Of course, you know, when you come to the Queen's Park Oval, you always expect to see something new, something different. The outfield is in wonderful condition today. And we always look for that stand. This delivery beats this Aussie outside the off stump. That's drawing him into the shot. A tentative prod through to the silver. So, you know, you want to see that vacant area used up. Here is Moti. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. And the non-striker's end is Markram. Down again goes the Zossi, and that's going to go for 6 more. Over long on. This Zossi has taken a liking here to go to Kesh Moti. And that takes the score on to 27 without loss. He goes on to 18. It's the end of the over. More thoughts from Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, that one just hitting that one straighter over long on. And a second 6 in the over to Tony Dizorzi. And Moti has been taken for 13 in his first over. And the South Africans now, after a bit of a watchful start from both Dizorzi and Markram, Dizorzi now taking matters into his own hands and picking up another 6.
Not a good delivery at all there from Moti as well. It was pitched right up, and all he had to do was to play through the line. And the ball is still coming on nicely. It's hard, it's new, it's the first morning of a test match. So the ball is coming onto the bat. He's confident in playing the shot over mid-on. And that one went actually over the boundary for 6. So it's going to be Kimar Roach, who has looked penetrative this morning. Just needs a bit of luck. He's going to continue, the veteran in the attack. He's continuing from the media center, and here he is. He runs away from us, goes past the umpire now. Bowl's delivery coming back into Markram, looking to push it on the offside. It goes down to mid-on where Captain Craig Brathwaite fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, still the 2 slips. A gully, a backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a square leg just to the left of the square leg umpire, and a fine leg. Roach has bowled 4 overs this morning, wicketless so far.
Here he is in his 5th, looking to create that early breakthrough for the West Indies. He's running away from us, up to the wicket, goes past the umpire, bowls just back of a length. Markram just shows him who made his bat by presenting the full face to him, and there is no run. There is I don't want to say it's a crowd. It's more of a gathering on the bottom level of the Caribbean stand, And, you know, coming up today in the car, Kadir, I was explaining to Dylan and Liam about the days gone by when at 6 a.m. you're already here at the Queen's Park Oval, as here is Roach. Up to the wicket now, bowls. Again, that delivery angling into Markram, goes down to mid-on, and there is no run. The Caribbean stand was an open stand.
Mm-hmm.
There was no covering there. And you would have reached by 6 o'clock, started to take your drink of choice,
Mm-hmm.
and by the time the test match rolled around at 11 o'clock, you can't remember who won the toss. But I tell you something, it was packed to capacity. And when that West Indian team just came out for that first lap, you could have heard the roar all the way in Ceylon.
Yeah, definitely. It would have packed out atmosphere at that point in time.
Roach up to the wicket, bowls again, angling into Markram. He's equal to the task, plays it away to a shortish mid wicket where Louis fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, we got to find a way, Vinoda, to get the Caribbean people loving Test cricket again.
Well, our team has not done, and hear me out. They just lost 3-0 to England, but they haven't done badly in the grand scheme of things.
Mhm.
And I was discussing earlier on with some of the guys here. English cricket, English county cricket played such a big role in the development of West Indies cricket. They need to somehow get things back in that direction, push back along the track to Roach. Take, for example, Shamar Joseph. He was snapped up to go to India for the IPL. I think he played one game, was a mere spectator. Like the boys like to say these days, he kept it cool for the other players, just running drinks. He might have been better served at the end of that, trying to get into an English county team. They would have snapped them up like that, knowing that the West Indies were going there for a test series. Roach is in, and this is a drive, a pleasant drive down to point. Can't get a run. Roach is interested in that because he thinks that with Markram opening up a bit to play those shots, it presents him with an opportunity, because there's a huge gap, as huge as the pay salary of Colin Murray and Mines, that on the offside, that he wants to invite him to play that shot.
Yeah, he wants him to play away from his body, Kimar Roach, and in Markram, once it's pitched up, he's going to back his skills and his ability to hit that gap.
Roach up to the wicket now, bowls, and this one keeps a bit low. And Markram pushes it away on the offside. He exaggerates it a bit though, Markram. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. South Africa winning the toss and batting first. They're 28 without loss.
Yeah, and Vinod, your point about Test cricket, we look at the World Test Championships. India sits at top of the Test Championships. Both South Africa and the West Indies in the bottom half of the championships. South Africa, though, the point system, and they're placed at 7th. The West Indies placed at 9th.
South Africa has played just 4 test matches, to be honest. West Indies 7, England has played 13, Australia 12, they're second, India 9. I don't really know how the points system works, but at this point in time, the West Indies are languishing in 9th position, and I'm sure that's something they'll want to work on. There's Aussie, he waits on Moti, and this is played away to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Debutant Carty is there.
Yeah, Test debut for Casey Carty from St. Martin.
Pushed away through the offside. There's Aussie just forcing it to the right of extra cover, and they come back for 2. Yes, Carty making his debut, his test debut. On that note, I'd like to say a very good morning to his dad, commentator as well, Keith Carty, out there in St. Martin. Keith Carty, one wonders if he went into the bakery this morning or if he's at home looking at the game. Pushed away on the offside. There is no run. So Moti just looking to come to terms with the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval and what is required. Of course, he's bowling the new ball, so to speak. Worked away nicely by this Aussie. He's looking better and better as time has progressed, and that's one more. 31 without loss now, over number 10.
Yeah, Moti, a 29-year-old from Guyana, played just the 7 test matches, 25 wickets, a best of 7 for 37. Looking to better that here this morning at the Queen's Park Oval.
It's a good delivery by Moti. He draws Markram forward. It's the outer half of the bat and goes down to point. There is no run. So, as I was saying before, something of a gathering. It's building up as a Caribbean stand. It's the most popular stand here at the Queen's Park Oval. I think all the, what we call old talk and pecan goes on in that stand. It's also lovely for viewing. This time he's back looking to cut. Brilliantly stopped there at point by Jomel Workan. And there is no run. A quicker delivery on that occasion there from Gudakesh Moti. After 10 overs, it's 31 without loss. More thoughts from Kadir.
Yeah, better over from Gudakesh Moti coming back from that expensive first over. Brilliant bit of fielding from Jamal Warikon at backward point. So 31 without loss at the end of 10 overs.
Well, there's going to be a change at the media center end. Jaden Seals has been switched around. He started at the Brian Lara Cricket Pavilion end, and now he has been switched around to the media center end. And he's getting some advice from Kemar Roach. Roach probably just telling him a bit of off the conditions and how it's playing at this end of the track. So the Zossi has looked good, 21. So it's just 29 deliveries for that. 2 slips a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square on the boundary. Here is a delivery outside the off-stump from Seals, looking for the interest the Zorsi into playing through the offside, and he allows it to go by.
Yeah, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. All on the offside for Tony DeZorzi, who started here nicely this morning. 21 off, just 30 deliveries. Couple of sixes in there. Jaden Seals, a switch of ends. Of course, a local boy represents this club here, the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
I think Queen's Park Cricket Club, if you go wrong and you look at the history of Test cricket here in the West Indies, here is Seals driving is DeZorzi. It goes past Carty. He's able to knock some steam out of it, but he can't prevent the second run as it's cleaned up by skipper Brathwaite, and that pushes the score to 33 without loss. I have to confirm this. Probably Colin Murray, when he comes back on, he may be able to tell us. But I think Queen's Park Cricket Club has produced the most Test cricketers by a single club for the West Indies. And that could be challenged worldwide as well for a single club producing so many Test cricketers. So I'm sure for the West Indies, it's the number 1 club, and you could stake claim in some of the other countries as well.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva, also a member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club, the wicketkeeper batter for the West Indies, named vice captain for this series against the South Africans. The first test here right at the Queen's Park Oval, second test to be played at Guyana.
Well, you know, when you look around in Trinidad and Tobago, there is now the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I've been there many times covering cricket. I just don't get the feeling there. I will make the trek from South Trinidad, go through 2 hours of horrendous traffic in Chaguanas, delivery outside the off-stump taken by De Silva. The score remains 33 without loss with all the road works that is going on there. But you want to be at the Queen's Park Oval because you get a feel when you're at the Oval. And I guess that has to do a lot with the history of cricket here played at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a mecca of cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, certainly. I second that. If you know that, it's good to see a South man.
You will second that because you live 5 minutes from here.
And I was just about to say, it's good to hear that from a man from of South origin.
And you, just like Colin
Admit
Murray,
that.
get very scared when you pass the lighthouse. Here is Seals. He's in, and that's a good delivery, but a check shot through the covers there by Dizorsi. He's going to go into the boundary. It's a lovely shot through the offside, and it's a lightning quick outfield. That's 4 runs.
It is Zorzi again showing his exploits outside the off stump. Another pitched up delivery, this time hitting it to the left of Casey Carty at cover, who made a diving attempt, couldn't get a hand on it, and it was running away down to the boundary for 4. So the Zorzi continues to motor along here.
That was all timing. There was no follow through for the shot. It was a check shot, and of course it's using the pace of Jaden Seals. The Zorzi really looking good here. This also provides an opportunity for the West Indies to get at him. Here's Seals. He's in now. That's a good delivery. And they're coming in with the angle. Pushed away on the offside. It's the end of the over. Seals not happy about something. Throws the ball away. And at the end of that over, the score remains 37 without loss. The Zorzi 27. And Aidan Markram, he's on 8.
Yeah, now it will be interesting to see if Moti comes back for another over. There's also the option of Jason Holder, the all-rounder, to come in from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. But at the moment, it looks as though Moti is going to come back for a third over.
Well, I don't know if Craig Brathwaite has decided that he's going to rotate his faster men from one end, which is the media center end, and probably lock the southern end with his spinners. I've never seen that done at the Oval, really, because I think both ends of the track plays similarly. But we'll see how it goes. It's going to be Moti, though. He is back, and Craig Brathwaite comes in a strange fielding position on the offside. He's at a very short mid-off.
Yeah, it's an interesting offside field.
Driving Markram gets one.
Yeah, Markram was able to pick the gap there. Was a strange field for the right-hander. Attacking one. Markram gets off strike now, so it's going to be the left-handed, the Zorzi.
So, with all the analysts involved in today's game, something the analysts would have seen pushed away on the offside by the Zorzi. In Markram's batting, that probably triggered that move there by Brathwaite to go at a very short, straight mid-off. Forward is Dizorsi again. So Moti settling down a bit.
Yeah, definitely. There is a long on in place for Tony Dizorsi, who took a liking to Moti in his very first over.
Some drives again through backward point. And it's going to go into the boundary. No. Yes, it does. So that's 4 runs again. Dizorsi just checking the shot through the offside, and that's 4. Well, the young man who averages just 24 in Test cricket with 1/2 century. He is now moving on nicely as the score goes on to 42 without loss. And Dizorsi is on 31.
Yeah, he got that right leg way out in front and hit it in front of Roach at backward point. It went forward of him, and it was a long chase out there. Didn't haul it in, and the Zorzi picks up another boundary here this morning. Still the slip and the forward short leg in place. There's also a short mid wicket.
Played away to mid-on. There is no run.
Zorzi in the warm-up game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they just got 9. Didn't get much of a start. And he was bowled by Anderson Phillip. But here this morning, he's looked positive. He's getting another run. This time out to deep backward square. End of 12 overs, 43 without loss. The South Africans, after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Markram is 9. The Zorzi on 32. Moti 3 overs, costing him 22. And Jaden Seals is going to come back in from the media center end. 4 overs, none for 15. Sprinkling of supporters away to our left here at the Caribbean stand. Hope to see a lot more Trinidadians coming out to view Test cricket at home.
Well, they're starting to come out, which is good. I'll tell you something. You don't see this type of crowd for regional cricket, obviously. So it might have, in terms of red ball cricket, what you see now might have been the biggest crowd we have seen at the Oval here this year for red ball cricket. Pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Good delivery there from Jaden Seals on and about the off stump. Nothing really happening this morning to excite the crowd. This Aussie and Markram has been pretty solid so far.
Yeah, they've been solid, they've been watchful, they've been attacking when they need to. And so far they've resisted what the West Indies have had to offer this morning. Wicketless so far, all the bowlers on show.
Here's Seals, pushes off, goes past the umpire now, bowls. That's a good delivery. Starting on middle, just straightening up a bit. And there was this Aussie equal to the task, but a good delivery there from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, Jaden Seals operating from around the wicket. Now to Tony Dizorzi. Still the two slips in there. A backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket. A man at forward square leg and a fine leg.
Here's Seals. Had a good English season. Comes in on bowls. Good delivery. Right on spot. Dizorzi pushes away on the offside. There is no run. Now Seals is starting to look threatening in this over.
Yeah.
Something, I'm just getting the feeling something is about to happen here.
You usually have good feelings, don't you? You know? Let's see how that unfolds this morning.
Colin Murray chuckles behind you. My dear friend Colin Murray. I'm sure all the listeners in the region would have been very happy to hear Colin this morning. Opening up the attack, so to speak. Ineffective, I dare say. Pushed away on the offside. Again, you can see Seals just working away on and about that off stump. That, what we call corridor of uncertainty. This Aussie can't leave those because it could come in with the angle and disturb his timber.
Yeah, definitely. He's been decisive, Tony Dizorzi, this morning. Whether to play on the back foot or the front foot. Up to 32 from 44 deliveries. 43 with outlaws. Into over number 13. Bright sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. There was a threat of rain this morning, but that soon blown away.
Yeah, even the rain wants the cricket to play again right on spot. So just repeating it. This is good bowling. He's building some pressure here, Seals. This Aussie, as you would have seen in recent times, wants to play his shots. So that's probably the best approach. Just put it on a spot and leave this Aussie to make his errors. Seals, just 22 years of age, 14 matches. Has had a good career so far. Started impressively against Pakistan in the region. Here he is, a strong man, upright approach. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and again puts it down right in the very same spot. A lovely maiden over there from Jaden Seals. He's now completed 5 overs, none for 15, and the latest score, the Queen's Park Oval, South Africa. Winning the toss and batting first, they are 43 without loss.
A good probing over from Jaden Seals.
On 360 Radio.
So change of bowling, and we're finally going to see Jason Holder. He's going to take up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. going to bowl to Markram. When you speak to international cricketers, those who are still playing, those who would have played before, and when you speak of Trinidad and Tobago, they speak of the Queen's Park Oval. There are some international players who I've spoken to who haven't played here at the Oval, and their wish is to play at the Queen's Park Oval. Ball him! Jason Holder, you beauty! The very first delivery angling in on the back foot was Markram, and his stumps are lying on the ground.
Brilliant delivery from Jason Holder. The very first delivery of his spell. It was a delivery that was pitched just outside the off stump. It was dragging back, beat Markram on the inside edge, and knocked the off stump out the ground. And the West Indies are celebrating here. South Africa on 43 for 1. Markram gone for 9.
Well, the mayor of Bridgetown has struck. That one snaking back in, Markram on the back foot. And of course, that brought a cheer. And all of a sudden, you look at the Caribbean stand and it's starting to get populated. I've graduated now from a gathering to a crowd. I'm sure the fans in downtown Bridgetown, all the way to Christchurch in the South Coast, they're happy this morning as their favorite son of the soil, and even Andrew Mason's favorite, Jason Holder, has struck.
Yeah, it had to be a good delivery to get rid of Aiden Markram. And that it was. It was a peach of a delivery from Jason Holder. And 43 for 1 is where it is here at the Queen's Park Oval.
We have done what Murray and Mamchan couldn't do. So I think we will now take our break and welcome back Liam Mamchan and, of course, Colin Murray.
Yeah, so it is drinks here at the Queen's Park Oval. The first hour of play here this morning. Day 1 of the first test between the West Indies and South Africa. It's 43 for 1 after 13.1 overs.
Yeah, 43 for 1 Canary. It's Holder coming. And it makes me wonder even more. Why didn't Holder come on as first change rather than Gudakesh Moti? It was a brilliant ball. The thing about it, it pitched in the right. We talked about Roach, we talked about Seals bowling the ball, getting some movement, but not pitching it in the right area. Well, Holder couldn't ask for anything more. Pitched it up, on pitching, it seemed to be leaving him, and then just came back at Markram, hit the top of the off stump, knocked it out of the ground. What a good ball from Holder. I tell you what, that will give him the world of confidence. I don't think Holder had a great series at all in England. He looked military medium. He wasn't getting the kind of movement the lesser bowlers like Atkinson. I tell you what, Atkinson and Wokes, who were brilliant for England, I think they're going to struggle outside of England, because they depend on movement. And when they come to pitches like this, they're not going to get the kind of movement. And I thought it was ready-made for Holder to get into England, get to the batsmen, but he looked slow, he looked lethargic, he never looked himself. And I'm hoping that this early breakthrough, you will see Jason Holder maybe back to something of his best here today.
Yeah, and I think West Indies need him at this point in time after a poor start really from Seals. Roach was a bit too wide outside the off stump. Moti came in and he was taken to task by the Zozzi. So I think, you turn to Jason Holder. He's always been that sort of player that when the West Indies are back up against a wall, he finds a way to get breakthroughs or to score hundreds. And this is exactly what he would have wanted. First ball, right on cue, as you mentioned. And that is going to bring Tristan Stubbs into into his second test match.
Yeah, I thought Markram, though, he was playing a typical test innings. He's a very experienced player, Aiden Markram, and he was biding his time. The ball wasn't doing very much. Yes, they were getting some movement off the pitch, both Roach and Seals, but they never really threatened him. He looked comfortable outside of the one drive he played that was uppish, that went through gully. But other than that, And to get a ball like that after you've been set. Well, we were just about getting ready to start as Holder is in with the second delivery. This one pitched up to Stubbs, and he's pushing it out on the offside. It did wake up the Caribbean stand. Now, Vinod was saying there's no longer a gathering, there's a crowd. Well, it's still, I will say it's a smallish crowd. It's still, the Caribbean stand is a pretty large stand to be populated. But he was talking about reminiscing of the days when you had to line up to come into Test cricket. Well, Liam, you wouldn't know about those days. Here's Holder into Stubbs, and Stubbs is going to get off the mark because this ball was lined on the pads, and he's working it just backward of point. Warrican gives chase, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. So Stubbs is off the mark with those 2 runs. But, I mean, everybody wanted to come into the Oval for the first ball. That was the important thing. You got to get here for the first ball. And then, of course, in those days, the test matches used to start on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There used to be a rest day on Monday, but that's no longer the case. So it went Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So you'd find 99% of the population was taking Friday off. Here's Holder. And this is outside the line to Stubbs, and he's allowing it to go through to De Silva. So the game, the Oval was packed to capacity. And, of course, in those days as well, you had the Dos Santos stand up. That is down now. There was no replay screen. And, of course, technology has come so much into the game now, which is a great thing, don't misunderstand me. But there was no replay screen. So all of that was a stand, the Dos Santos stand. And you can imagine the Oval completely packed. And here is Holder. That's a good delivery. Stubbs was thinking of playing at it. And at the last moment, seeing it just leaving him, withdrew the bat, allowed it to go through. And, and Holder and Roberts tearing in at the opposition. There was just an air of excitement in those days of Test cricket. And I tell you what, I don't know if it is good fortune or being unfortunate. I went to Lord's for the first Test against West Indies, England here, as we look at Holder again, making his way in and bowling to Stubbs, a good delivery right up to him, and he's pushing it back up along the line to Holder. The end of the over from Jason Holder, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of Markram. It's now South Africa, 45 for 1. Dizorzi is on 32, Stubbs is on 2. Yeah, I went to the first Test. I thought I was going up to England. I wanted to go to the first Test match at Lord's. I haven't been to Lord's for years, and just wanted to go and see the atmosphere. Lord's was completely packed. I mean, you couldn't fit a pin into Lord's for the joke about it. On the third day, when West Indies was 79 for 6, I said, well, okay, this game could last 10 minutes, an hour, 25 minutes, you didn't know. The place was packed again, totally. You couldn't get a seat. Now, the game finished just around, lasted an hour, so people got their money back. It had to go beyond lunchtime. But it was such a great atmosphere. And, of course, it was Jimmy Anderson's farewell. So I think that's why maybe the crowd came in. But, people talk about Test cricket dead. I tell you what, not in England. Here is Seal starting a new over, too wide of the off-stump. Now he's coming over the wicket, and he's angling this ball across the left-hander. And, again, pitching just too wide of the off-stump, allowing it to go through. And I saw that gentleman at Lord's, Peter Matthews, was there with the ever-present top hat. I don't know what you call that kind of hat, but he was present there. But it was a great atmosphere, and of course the English players relished. What was interesting when I was there and talking to some English fans, they almost felt depressed at the state of West Indies cricket, And here is Seals. Too wide of the off stump again. Just a slip on a gully now in place. There's a very short cover, but they've taken out the 3 slips on gully or 2 slips on a gully. Just gone with 1 slip on a gully. Yeah, and what was you almost heard, almost like being sympathetic to West Indies cricket, and that's the thing with West. I always put West Indies cricket compared to Brazil to football, and I'll tell you this. Tell you why after this delivery from Seals, into the left-hander. This time he plays at it, comes off the outer part of the bat. Seals holds his hand in the air because that could so easily have peeled off the outside edge. But in fairness to De Zorzi, he was just playing defensively and it just drifted, moved away from him, took the outer part of the bat and went out to point. I think every supporter has their team. So whether you're English, Australian, whatever, you support your national team. And if you have to support a second team, it's West Indies. And it's the same thing with Brazil football. You support whoever, and you're always saying, well, if your team get knocked out, well, I will support in Brazil, kind of thing, you know. Here is Seals into De Zorzi, too wide of the off stump and short. He cuts it, didn't time it all that well. So the ball really trickles out to Carty at cover, no run. And you know, that is what I took out of that Lord's test. The sympathetic approach when you spoke to the English about West Indies cricket and the state of West Indies cricket. And it was almost, hey, I don't want you to beat England, but you know what? Give us a real good fight. Give us a West Indies fight. And that just wasn't there.
I think you saw a bit of it in the second test where Hodge scored the 100 and then obviously the Silver got some runs as well as Seals
again, outside the line of the off stump. This time a little too wide of the off stump, and De Zorzi is allowed to let it go through to wicketkeeper De Silva.
We just want delivery to go now. You see the ground staff getting ready. So a dark cloud over the oval at this point in time.
Yeah, I harassed them yesterday. There was a slight, I was here yesterday, and a few droplets started. And I said to them, yay, go and get on the covers. And they said, no, it's not going to rain. We know when the rain is going to fall. And it really didn't rain. There was as soon as there were these droplets, and then it just disappeared. But if once they're putting on their coats, and then you know rain is going to be somewhere in the vicinity and should be heading towards us. That's a lovely delivery. Pitching up to De Zorzi, leaving him, and he was driving at it. He had to play at it because it started just around the off stump and it just left him. Beauty of a delivery. We want to see more of those. If Seals can do more of that, he's going to find the edge sooner or later. Just like Roach, both of them guilty of bowling too wide of the off stump.
Yeah, I think as soon as he started his second spell, he started off so much better. He's looked a lot more himself bowling from the media center end. And the umpires are convening here at the middle.
Yeah, it's looking pretty ominous. Rain tends to come, Liam, from when you look towards the that Caribbean stand, that area. Now, it can blow towards the Maraval area, but I think they're going to come off because there may be one or two a little bit of rain coming, not rain, but a very slight drizzle at the moment, which is a pity. But the forecast has been for a lot of rain during this test match, so it may very well go 5 days. But but the pitch is really in great condition. It's what we would call at the moment. It seems to be a batting. I don't want to use the word paradise, but it's a batsman's pitch. However, I want to stress that both Roach and Seals were getting the ball to move. The only problem, and I'll wait to hear your comment on it, for me, was that the ball too wide of the off stump.
Yeah, I think you're completely right about that. I think with the new ball, you've got to be straight. You've got to attack the stumps, make the batsman play as much as possible. And I think that's where West Indies fell short early on. We've seen Holder come in, bowl one delivery on the stumps and uprooted Aidan Markram's off stumps. So I think that's where the West Indies may have fell short a bit. And I think, Moti coming in to bowl the 8th over of the test match was also a bit of a surprise when Jason Holder was ready to bowl and on the field. So that was the two main points to me. But the ground staff covering up now. The rain is down at the Queen's Park Oval now.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate. We're going to have a rain delay because it's still a slight drizzle, but the rain is going to come down, and there's an ominous looking cloud just to our left here at the commentary position. That is where the rain tends to come from. So at the moment, South Africa, just to quickly recap for you, South Africa winning the toss and opting to take first strike. They opened the batting with Aidan Markram and Tony DeZorzi, and the two of them, they were going along nicely. They put on 43 without loss. Jason Holder was belatedly brought into the attack. A little bit of a surprise that Moti, skipper Brathwaite gave Moti the ball before he gave it to Holder. And after 3 overs of Moti, he decided to turn to Holder, and it was a successful first ball from Holder. He removed the off stump of Aidan Markram. He went bowled for 9. It was now 43 for 1. Tristan Stubbs, he then came in. He's only faced 5 deliveries thus far from Holder. He is not out on 2. DeZorzi has looked good. He's faced 52 deliveries for 32. He hit 2 4s and 2 massive 6s off of Moti in his first over, but he is comfortably looking good on 32 not out. Kemar Roach, he's had 5 overs, very economical, 5 overs, none for 6. Just a little bit guilty of his line was just a little too wide of the off stump. Jaden Seals, he's had 6 overs, none for 15. Gudakesh Moti, none for 22 from 3. And Holder, the only successful bowler so far, his 1 over cost him 2 runs, and he picked up the wicket of Markram. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. There is a slight drizzle at the moment, but as I say, the clouds to our left in the east, they're looking very ominous. The rain is coming down harder here now at the Queen's Park Oval. So we're going to have a bit of a delay. Who knows? We may not get any play again before lunch. So we would expect they may very well take an early lunch and come out after that. So at a rain delay here after just about an hour and a quarter, South Africa are 45 for 1. We're going to take a break, and when we're ready to restart, we'll certainly join all our stations. Until then, it's goodbye for now. Well, welcome back to what is now a pretty sunny Queen's Park Oval. But let me tell you, for the last, 2 hours, it has been constant rain. When it stopped for about 2 minutes and it started back to rain again. So it's very unfortunate, but the umpires have just called play off for the day. Play has been abandoned with the South Africans 45-1. Tony DeZorsi, he is on 32 not out, and Tristan Stubbs, he's on 2. The only wicket lost today was that of Aidan Martin.
Sorry, I'm back on
when
cams.
he was bowled by Holder
Who
for
was talking to
9,
me? Third
and
umpire?
then it was 43-1, and they
Oh, right.
just added a further,
Yeah.
and it was 47-1.
Batting bowling promo tomorrow, which is a 9:15 on.
For 1, the South Africans at the close of 45-1. My apologies. The South African closing the day at. So we've not had much cricket, just over an hour. And when you look at it, it's a pity because I was saying that to Liam that the West Indies bowlers, I thought they were getting a little bit of movement off the pitch, but I thought the line was bad. Kemar Roach in particular, too many balls they allowed the openers to leave alone. Also Jaden Seals. And Jason Holder came on with his very first ball, a beauty of a delivery, pitched and cut back in, and Markram hit the off stump. But really and truly, the pitch has no terrors. It looks like a very good batting pitch. What was good in terms of the West Indies, where they were getting movement, I just thought the line was bad.
Yeah, certainly. Jaden Seals and Kemar Roach, they bowled unlucky this morning. They weren't able to pick up any wickets apart from Jason Holder. So just the 15 overs bowled on day 1, Colin, and it's really a situation where, the rain has stopped, but the downpour that was there earlier on has certainly forced the umpires to make a decision.
Yeah, it's been a lot of rain. I mean, I was outside on the road, and the roads are flooded. Some of the roads, not flooded, but there's so much water outside. And when you look at the ground, I mean, yes, there's water around, but it would be so, even if you give it an hour, there's no sun out. So, the water will submerge, but the outfield itself will be so soggy that it makes no sense. And I think they've made the right decision to call play off for the day. And if you look just to the left where the covers are coming off now, there's a lot of water. We've had, in the west, they're telling me a lot of areas down in the west is flooded, the amount of rain that we've had, and it's unfortunate. But that's the gamble you take when you have cricket in August, September, October, and if you're lucky and you get a dry spell, then it's fine. Unfortunately, we have some adverse weather actually over the next few days, so I'm not too sure if in fact the day may very well go 5 days, but it's going to be a lot of interruptions, I think, based on the weather forecast over the next few days.
Yeah, it's such a pity. This is shaping up to be a really good series between these two teams, the touring South Africans and the West Indies, who certainly would want to get cricket, they would want to be playing, and but unfortunately no more play for today.
Well, I think, just on that point, I think West Indies would be in the same position. Both teams coming off bad results. West Indies, England, and South Africa against New Zealand. So I think both these teams would want to not only come out here and win the series, but don't forget you're playing for World Test Championship points, and both of them in the lower half. So it's a real shame that the game, we only got, as you say, 15 overs in today. And we'll just have to wait and see if tomorrow brings better weather and some sunshine. And if we can get a full, I would expect tomorrow they'll start a little earlier to try and make up time over the next few days. But it's going to be tough. And I say, I don't know what's your thoughts and your early thoughts on the pitch in terms of how it played.
Certainly, it looked to be early on. There was something there for the Pacers, the early morning moisture. Unfortunately, the West Indians could not penetrate the South African top order. But apart from that, the South Africans look pretty. They look pretty
comfortable.
Decent. Yeah, pretty comfortable on the surface. And certainly, Tony DeZorsi, he had a good first outing at the Queen's Park Oval. 32 not out is where he finished at on day one, and he was joined by Tristan Stubbs, who just
Just faced 5 deliveries
Yeah.
on 2. Well, that is the situation. The sun is trying to come back out, but even if we get a full blast here, the umpires have already called off plays. So the sun out will now just help in terms of tomorrow if we do have an early start. I'm not sure if that has been announced yet, if there is an early start, but we'll have to wait and see. But that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. Very unfortunate, the first day's play. Only 15 overs possible because of the outfield, because of the rain. We've had incessant rain here at the Queen's Park Oval. As a matter of fact, incessant rain all in Port of Spain, not just at the Queen's Park Oval. Let me make that quite clear. It's been a heavy downpour all throughout Port of Spain here today. And because of that, play after just about 15 overs, and things were shaping up nicely. And we thought, well, we're going to at least try and get a whole day's play, and it wasn't to be. And the showers came down, and the play has been called off for the day. And West Indies, they lost the toss. South Africa decided to bat. They are 45 for 1 at the moment. The wicket gone is that of Aidan Markram. He was bowled by Holder for 9. The not-out batsman, Tony DeZorsi, he's on 32. Stubbs is on 2. The bowling for the West Indies, Jason Holder, he's the only man taking a wicket so far. 1 for 2 from his 1 over Kima Roach. Was pretty good. He was very economical. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6. Jaden Seals, he had 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. Gutakesh Moti surprisingly was brought into the attack after the 5th over. And he went, his 3 overs cost him 22 runs. He went for 2 huge sixes in his first over. But he settled after that, none for 22 from 3. And Jason Holder, as I said, 1 for 2 from 1 over. The very first ball picked up that wicket of Markram. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. South Africa, having won the toss, opting to bat. They're 45 for 1. Let's hope tomorrow we'll get some good weather and some good cricket. And let's see who can get the upper hand in this test match. So on behalf of all of us here from the Queen's Park Oval, it's goodbye until tomorrow, when we'll have the second day between the West Indies and South Africa of the first test. Until then, it's goodbye.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio. 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 This is Cricket on 360 Radio.